Greetings. I'm starting off here as fast as I can, really, to just kind of interrupt myself from thinking and to thinking about what to say, and trying to just go right out of the gate with a fairly procedural mode of talking that doesn't really have anything to do with me per se, I hope, nor my environment, nor how I'm feeling, or any of that sort of thing. Just trying to bring on the words without worrying about it. Not really trying to overthink what I'm doing here or my relationship to you or anything like that. Just talking. Just go ahead and see there. That was like a little bit of a stumble or something that you might have discerned there. Let me switch this thing on. But yeah, it's just basically some video, some HD video, and my voice. And not really going for anything at all, really. I don't think. I mean, everything that I can think of that maybe I would be going for, I kind of try to throw that out the window, or not like react against it, but just to let it go. In terms of, you know, conceptions of quality, of, you know, certain aesthetic qualities, or emotional qualities, or like intellectual quality, etc. And I could give some rationale for that, I guess, and that it's something like, hold on a moment, we're gonna take a little pause here as we pass these guys. There. Not even worrying about continuity either. And also not worrying about like being super vigilant about avoiding any kind of goal. I'm not trying to be super vigilant about avoiding any types of conceptual frameworks that might arise here, or like pre-existing notions of qualities that might be existing in my mind, you know. And because there undoubtedly are things like that, kind of inevitably, even just, I mean, the fact that there is thought present here at all. I mean, would suggest that I have some kind of idea behind what I'm doing, whether I'm consciously aware of it or not. But I mean, and it's what I'm expressing already. You know, what I've been talking about so far, needless to say, of course, it's just kind of could be thought of currently as the framework that's guiding what I'm saying. And yeah, I could think of kind of rationale for this approach, or more philosophical ideas that I could connect it to, but I don't feel that interested in that right now, so I'm not gonna. But I guess I would say that I do feel like having started making this video, I feel reminded just that I can do this, that I can make this video, and there's really no, there's no real requirements for it. I mean, for it to exist, all it has to really do is meet the YouTube's community guidelines, which is pretty easy to do. That I really don't have to impress you. I don't even have to offer you, I don't have to offer you anything, really. I don't have to make any kind of promises for what you might get out of this. I don't have to be articulate, particularly. It's like I can, do away with demands on my own experience. Maybe you, I don't know, maybe if you kind of catch my drift a little, you can kind of do this too. You can like just, you can just kind of do what you're doing, and that's all. You know what I'm saying? you could, I don't know, honestly, I kind of like thinking about you working while listening to this sort of in the background and not really watching the screen that much. I mean, maybe the screen's on, but you're not really looking at it that much, because really there's not that much to look at. It's just kind of a brown winterscape here, and it's not completely natural. I mean it's like you know, there's some train tracks, there's a river, and there's a highway over there, and that sort of thing. Nothing really worth paying attention to. And if there's something, I'll say something. Like if there's something really interesting to look at, I'll say something, so you don't have to worry about missing anything. But I would imagine the ideal way, I mean there's not really an ideal way, but I would imagine you doing some kind of like manual task or something, or some kind of probably not linguistically demanding, not verbally demanding task while listening to this. And you could be bored with what you're doing, or you could be a little annoyed, or you could be enjoying it, or none of that. You could just be doing it really without, I mean, all those qualities that I just said. I don't feel like those are even like substantial characteristics of an experience. I mean, like they don't have solid reality, like the idea of boredom. Like all of those things, I think, are conceptual ways of classifying like a kind of broad range of experiences that has a lot to do with thinking. I mean, there's apart from that, there's also physical sensation, like if you're feeling like physically uncomfortable in some way, like tired, that's a pretty common one. Lethargic. Or you could have just like a mild anhedonia type of feeling, you know? Maybe it doesn't have to do with anything in like in particular. You're just sort of there, doing something or not doing something. Maybe, I mean, there's like a possibility that if you're like me, then maybe sometimes when you're on YouTube, when you're looking when you're looking through YouTube and watching videos, maybe there's some mild form of discontentment of like, I'm not sure what better to do with my time. Maybe you don't have like enough energy at the moment to do the thing that feels like super meaningful or productive or whatever. But don't worry about it. Or do. Maybe there's that mild, maybe there's that sense of like maybe I should be learning something. Or maybe there's even a more kind of restless feeling that wants entertainment. I don't know. I don't usually want entertainment myself. I mean, that's not true. I guess like what's entertaining for me, I don't know. I've already lost interest in this train of thought about talking about what entertainment is. So I'm just gonna stop. But I do keep feeling like when I stop and think that the fact that that nothing special has to happen here, it's pretty nice. Really, like in your situation right now, like for you also, if you want, you could approach it that way. And like when I talk about like you have the option to not place any demands on your experience. I mean also, like, you don't even have to demand yourself to feel content. You could feel discontent too. I mean, I guess it's weird. I guess it's if you feel that, maybe in some sense that implies that something's not okay. Like the feeling of discontentment is precludes what I'm talking about. It precludes a actual experience of things being okay. Like if you're discontent, then things aren't really okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm already not even interested in talking about contentment versus discontentment. I'm kind of tired of thinking about that sort of thing. It's it just doesn't matter that much. So yeah, my mind goes towards, well, it's like kind of not important to really think at all even, but yeah, I'm also not really trying to go there either, you know, of trying to suggest to you that there's some reason why you should stop thinking. I mean, there's I guess it's maybe kind of impossible to like not have some kind of good that you're going towards. Maybe it's impossible to not be discerning between what's good or bad. Even if your attitude is something like, I want to think non-dualistically and transcend right or wrong, good and bad, transcend my own desires, etc. Because that itself is an orientation towards that position as being better. I mean, this is I'm just kind of hearing myself like semi listlessly going through just what feels like a really hackneyed inarticulate spoutings off of some vaguely Buddhist sounding philosophy, and just being like, that's I guess that's what's here at the moment. But I'm not aspiring. I don't know. Maybe, I guess I am. I don't know. There's always things. There's always things. Like I'm just I'm not even interested in some kind of experience of opening up or inspiration or anything like that. But neither do I feel I don't feel negative either. I guess maybe in my tone, there's not a lot of energy in my tone. I guess I say that with some kind of middle ground in mind, some kind of neutrality in mind, some kind of middleness of emotional tone. Maybe that's kind of like the conceptual framework that's guiding this video so far. Maybe it's limiting somehow. Ooh. But also it's just I want to take this coat off. I gotta stop and pee and take my coat off and blow my nose. Do you think things are moving? I think things are moving in a way. In walking and talking. I mean, maybe this is a form of cheating. To start to talk about walking and talking as in the broader sense of a series, and to kind of point at trends over the long term. But my feeling is like whoop. In my mind, in my memory of walking and talkings, there being lots and lots of exalted experiences, and having also many times in the relatively recent past, like gone out to walk and talk and felt frustration at like the lack of something, or frustration at at a state of mind, and that kind of spiraling, and then many times that causing me not to complete the video, actually, like going outside and it's like super beautiful. I'll go to a really beautiful area and then start to be disappointed that I'm not that I don't seem to be moving into some kind of like opening up experience, and then that disappointment kind of like working into a negative feedback cycle of then being discontent that I'm discontent, that sort of thing, or frustrated with my own state of mind, having that, but then taking a little break and then coming back and just realizing that I can actually just totally drop. Like I don't have to subscribe to any notions of certain like qualities or states of mind or emotions or like opening up experiences or anything like that, and I can really just walk and talk, and I don't have to even worry about so like you're familiar with the series probably, where I seem to keep like kind of debasing the concepts, or I'll say something and then I'll kind of like pull the rug out from what I just said and examine the emptiness of various concepts and thoughts that are framing my experience, and kind of like do this reflexive thing of continuing to kind of disassemble the components of my thinking until I'm in kind of like a, you know what I mean, like we get into like a very kind of like slippery kind of openness of mind, and there's always the potential for that. Like I can say something and then I can start to talk about why it's not totally true, or why like or start to examine the limitation that mode of thinking puts on us. That's always a possibility, but I can also kind of we don't have to do that either. We don't have to like get into some kind of alternate non-linear experience of time. We could just have the normal linear experience of time. It seems even kind of fun to just like try to on purpose just like have a normal experience of time, and just admit it. It's a long video. It's fine. It's just like an experience of a long amount of time, or it feels long because we're just doing one thing. We're just walking and talking, and it's a long time to do that continuously, we can even be like I could even be like we don't have to resist time in such a way, or like resist the we don't have to resist the longness by well, I don't know, like say we get into some kind of state where it's like the typical markers of time have vanished, like the beginning and the ending and that sort of thing, and through this like continual reflexivity, we kind of undermine the conceptual structures of linear time in kind of a substantial way till we have like a real experiential, like a real experience of, what should I say, a timelessness. I mean, I'm like describing all this sort of thing to say, like, we don't even have to feel any kind of pressure to do that, but it's also kind of funny that like the whole attitude that I'm presenting here, the whole attitude that I'm coming at you with is of just like saying all the things that we don't have to do or don't have to feel pressured to do, but kind of paradoxically, it's like by kind of letting go of all those goals or all those notions of quality, we just kind of like release the pressure on ourselves in so many different ways. In like more in subtler and subtler ways, we like kind of let go of those pressures, and then paradoxically that does kind of lead towards that different experience of time that I'm talking about, and paradoxically does kind of lead to like what I would call is a very good experience, a very good feeling of like a real serious contentment. I mean, contentment, like, in some ways also has like there's kind of a scary implication in contentment. Like you have some Buddhist, tell you can feel contentment if you do this and that, and I sometimes feel some resistance or skepticism towards that myself, where I'm like, I don't care about what, then I won't achieve what I want to achieve. You know what I mean? I want discontentment to motivate me towards things like beauty, or like contributing something to the world, or growing myself, etc., helping people, etc. So it's like discontentment's fine, but then even though I say that, if I say discontentment's fine, it's like paradoxically, you know what I'm saying? We're just like, everything that I'm saying here is pretty much probably gonna like obsolete itself, or the various things that I'm saying will seem to kind of obsolete each other, and that's fine. It's funny. I keep hearing myself saying that's fine, and then I come up to like then I feel slightly questioning that, because I'm like wondering whether that's some kind of indicator that I am unconsciously attached to some kind of notion of contentment or something like that. And so I'm like, but then it keeps kind of enveloping everything else, because I can be like, because even that, even what I just said, like if I'm examining whether I'm attached to contentment, implied in that attitude is like something along the lines of acceptance of non-acceptance, and then so like that attitude of that position of acceptance like seems to keep enveloping everything else. And so I'm wondering, should I then like, am I like avoiding like real discontentment or like actual unhappiness? Could I like consciously conjure up some actual unhappiness or actual discontentment? It's weird. It almost feels like I can't, like as if that's not even an option. Because even to try and do it consciously would be, would still be like within the realm of like that's what I would want. So I'm like getting what I want, even if what I want is unhappiness. I'll just have a sip of tea here, and then we'll get moving again. But I feel like I've been, in the camera frame too much, and so allows you to bond with me, which is dangerous. It's a dangerous game you're playing if you're becoming my friend. Or rather, I should say, if I'm becoming your friend. You know what I'm saying? But it's also all right. It's totally all right. But just realize, that it could be the case that I'm becoming your friend, but more than you're becoming my friend. But in some weird sense, you are becoming my friend. But not at all like the personal you. Like, I don't know anything about you other than your willingness to listen to this video. Which like I can kind of be friends with you just on that basis. But you might, some of you might misunderstand what I'm saying. It's like the aspect of you that understands and hears this, and the aspect of you that's like where there's like recognition here. I don't know, maybe being friends isn't even like it's not actually the most accurate way to say it. It's not really. It's just like you have there's some kind of recognition of something common between us that goes on. But it's I feel like it's maybe kind of easy to misinterpret that of it in the individual sense of like like there's this question, am I just talking to you, you know? Like am I talking specifically to you? And it's like yes and no, but also like look, you know? Like yes, I'm talking specifically to you, but also look, it's like this what I also mean by specifically you is like thousands of people. But at the same time, when I say thousands of people, that's true on one sense, but also I'm also just talking to you. Do you understand? It's paradoxical. All right, we're gonna start walking again soon. I'm gonna put my gloves on. I don't know. It's a way that it's kind of it's an interesting type of friendship, I think. Like to me, it's like in some way, it's like deeper than the personal level. Like I feel like the form of connection that takes place via this activity, you know, what you and I are doing, it's just like it hits kind of a different realm than like the details of your life and my life, the specific details. I mean, that's like a different realm of relating and friendship that's like great as well. But this kind of does something else that feels valuable to me. And weirdly enough, it's like you could call it anonymity, like the anonymity on your part, the fact that I don't know much about you, and the fact that like what I'm able to talk to you about, and to like what is communicable to you. This is stupid, actually. I guess what I was saying was like, the types of things that I can say that I guess I think are relevant to you, or that you can understand. It's like a certain, there is a certain quality to that. Like, I can't talk to you about like your car, because I don't know if you have a car, or if you have a car, what type of car it is. No, that doesn't make sense. That's totally not true, because I could, because I could just I could totally just put out a video about like 2009 Toyota Priuses. Or a 2004 Pontiac Vibe, and you'd be watching that video because you have one. It's, you know, this isn't different than that. It's just like, you know, I'm just like putting up these videos essentially about nothing, and so, but they're in the English language, obviously, so you watch them because you can understand English. And I don't know. But I don't know that much more about what would cause you to watch this or listen to it. Pretty cold in the wind, so I'm just gonna, ow, oh my god, these thorns. Just gonna stand here out of the wind. I don't know, just it doesn't really like matter to me where I point the camera. Just kind of whatever image. Like I started talking a lot about connection between you and I, and something I've talked about a lot before. And you know, I have these like kind of deep investigations of things like subject and object and identity, and have these experiences of like transcending our individual identity. And I was seeming to go down that rabbit hole a little bit. But now I just don't particularly care. About like whether we're perceiving ourselves as individuals or not, or something like that. But weirdly enough, once I start to say that, then it does actually draw my attention to that phenomenon in a different way, a phenomenon of selfhood. And so I question again, like, oh, am I, like I said that I don't particularly care about getting some transcendent experience of transcending selfhood, but then and so I was like, yeah, just like, you know, normal individuation, that's fine. And I mean that, I do mean that, but then when I say it, I was like, yeah, it's like this just normal experience where I'm just like me. I'm the individual Ben Bennett. It feels weird to say my name. I feel like it would be weird to just like stand here and just like say my name, repeat my own name a few times. Maybe you should try this. Just like say your own name out loud, and then just say it several more times. I'm gonna try it with my name, but you should try it with your name. Ben Bennett. Ben Bennett. Ben Bennett. Ben Bennett. Ben Bennett. Ben. It's weird. I think when I say my name, I just have like, I actually have thoughts about like other people saying it. Like I have, my mind kind of goes to my friends saying it. Like maybe like you know how if your friends probably aren't gonna like say your full name, your first and last name very often, and so like the times when they say it, it probably like sticks out because you're like, probably makes you feel kind of important. I think maybe it does for me. Like, it's funny, like, I was thinking about my friends saying my first and last name, saying Ben Bennett. Because you usually don't hear that like in the second person, like somebody addressing you actually. Like, usually there's not that much reason for them to say your last name, unless you're being called at the doctor's office or something like that. So I'm gonna try just saying my first name out loud. Ben, 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 Ben. It feels pretty normal. Like as if I spent a significant amount of time just doing that in my own head. Or something like that. It feels normal and it feels weird. Ben. 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 Like there's the physiological experience of just like pronouncing that in my mouth. I can try to hone in on that, or there's yeah, all that it signifies. Ben. Ben. Try it with your name. Ben. It's pretty normal. I don't know. It's not anything super wild. I'm checking my phone. I don't think I've ever done that on I've never done that on this series. I'm reading a text message from my friend. I've never done that before because it seemed like just, you know, totally opposed to what this is, but I just kind of did it like somewhat automatically, and now I'm just like, why not at the moment? I'm just gonna read. I'm just reading a text from my friend. She's relating a dream that she had. Like we can I don't know, I made that admissible this one time, just kind of, yeah, like why not? I mean, it's not it's in one sense it's like disengaging with you, but in the other sense it's also like another kind of object. It's also another kind of information, just like your knowledge of my really reading a text. It's actually not nothing. It's like not content. I'm just trying to stand close to this rock face. In the sun. The sun's out for a moment. And I'm just like leaning into this tangle of vines. And I think it'll be funny if somebody jogs or bikes past and looks at me. 'Cause they'll probably notice me, and I think they are gonna be scared for a moment, like, is this guy waiting to attack me? Oh no, I'm just filming. Yeah, I started thinking about, since there was like a little bit of lull in talking, and I had questions again about well, now I'm actually kind of questioning like my whole attitude about this video. You know, about not placing any kind of demands or expectations on the quality of it. Now I'm starting to really question that. Because, well, I kind of started thinking about your experience and like, I started imagining you kind of being like, I think there's something better I could be doing with my time right now, because this is getting kind of boring, especially when he's like not even talking that much. And then I was like, okay, I should like try and reward you for your patience or something like that, or give you some kind of reason to keep watching or listening. But now that I think about that, I don't know. I don't think I have that. I don't think I have that ready. Keeps being pretty cold in the wind. So I keep wanting to find a relatively warm spot. Somebody's gone down here before. There's just some kind of like vacillation on my part upon like my motivation towards quality or something. It's but it's not completely true. Like I can say that I don't care about the quality of this video, or I can say that I can keep discarding my own premonitions of my own notions of quality, my own preconceptions of what the quality should be like. But I think, kind of like I've already said a little bit, that's also that in itself is kind of indicative of what my conception of the quality is, or that's something like what I'm going for. And in some ways it maybe is could be considered a kind of development, or as a kind of continuation of the videos leading up to this one. Like now I find myself wanting for us to be happy, wanting for you and I to be happy. But it's cold. Especially when the wind blows. Can you imagine being homeless for through a winter in a temperate climate? So many people do it. Like this would be your life all day, all winter. Or something like it. But I have to keep in mind the possibility that your experience isn't the same as mine. Of course, that you could actually be experiencing pleasure in my discomfort. Which I kind of hope you are. I hope you're enjoying this. That in fact, the idea of you enjoying my discomfort brings me a bit of joy. Actually, brings me a bit of brings a little bit of light. To this bleak winter day, but at least it's precipitating. I like that. It's definitely a good sleet going on. Let's give you a little face. Some squint sleep action. I need safety goggles. That's something, right? It's a long time. It's a long time. It's a long time to walk and talk in the cold wind. I do get to look forward to getting home. And I think in past videos I would really avoid that type of thinking, or I'd try to really like steer myself away from looking forward towards getting home or finishing, because that I would consider that as a distraction from being present. And it would maybe like that type of thought, that thought of some future comfort and ease would by contrast make the present moment seem more difficult or unpleasant. But I don't really care about that now. Like it's not really, it's not making it more unpleasant. Or I'm looking at the time. It's like we're only an hour and 21 minutes in, and I'm like, damn, still 2 hours and 39 minutes left. That's a long time. I mean, I'm kind of like that, but then also in my observation of that as a type of like content, it's kind of funny. Like, it's funny to like, it would be kind of funny to just to kind of like complain the whole time. Miquon. Miquon. That's the name of the good pho place. Cafe Miquon. That's the name of one of the good pho places. This is like, yeah, like details. Like, what if I got like weirdly specific like that, and you know, like I resist that so much. I resist like giving you any kind of like specifics or personal details. And I'm at the moment I'm like, why resist that? Man, I gotta pee again. It's kind of nice. I guess this weather is gonna prevent any other people from being out. I'm thinking again about why I would why I make so many long videos where it's like the density of actual information is like not there. You know what I mean? Like that it takes that it would seem like it's such a long amount of time would need to be committed in order to find anything, to find like actual information, like to find it actually doing something. Whereas, like, it would also be possible to, condense, like, put like for myself to like put a lot of time into something that to condense that effort into something that could be registered in a shorter amount of time by you. And like the information, and what I mean by information is just like, I don't know what, like the whatever it is about this, what's important about it, what's like I could, like why don't I do something that's condensed like most people do, writing a book. You spend a lot of time, you spend more time writing the book than it takes to read the book. But with this, it's like a 1-to-1 ratio. I guess it's not necessarily a 1-to-1 ratio, because there's the rest of my life where I'm, doing other stuff that influences this thinking or something. And so like I'm really kind of like resisting giving you like the experience, like a rich experience. Sometimes it's pretty rich, actually. Sometimes it gets pretty rich. But this right now, it's not rich. It's like like you might be struggling, I don't know, to find relevance, or to find decipherable information, or like what's the reason? How's this gonna improve my experience? But like as I think about that, there's I don't know. There's also a potential for a sort of meta information that is that's really not. I want to say it's like not about content or finding something in here. But even, I mean, like, I guess that we were like, starting this kind of meta conversation now of like, what is content and what is relevance and what is value. and like what is a worthy time to, what is a worthy way to spend time, and that sort of thing. But I don't think that's quite it either. Like I don't actually want to like posit that as like the value. Or a value. There's something, though, we're gonna take a little pause here. Look. I don't know. Like there's kind of like there's like just there's like just enough of like my personal precedent and history to kind of like encourage me to keep doing these videos, and kind of like just enough positive feedback from some people to like cause this to be one of the forms to fit my activity into. As a way of expressing I guess something of what I think about the human experience. But possibly even something broader than human experience, but like more like experience in general. I need to pull my pants up. I don't know. I keep feeling some like minor indications of like mediocreness of this. Well, that's a weird way to put it. That's kind of an odd interpretation of it, in light of all the other things that I've said so far. This parking lot, you know, that's like, this parking lot is like something. Just like, speaking of mediocreness, you know. We could go in it, I guess. Nah, we don't have to. We can just look at it. It's very meaty. Like, I'm wondering, like, I feel kind of purgatory. And so I'm wondering if I should, like, exert some effort. I feel like I'm just feeling like it's the time now actually to exert effort towards some kind of quality, towards feeling good, you know, for us. Like, let's feel good on purpose. So I guess I'm imagining that in the form of talking a little bit more rapidly and with a little bit more energy and maybe more focus. What if I just start to talk with a little bit more of all those things and see what happens? I don't know. Will it just be kind of an intensification of the like wandering quality of this experience, speeding it up? I'm walking a little faster too. I don't know why. I don't know. Is this supposed to equate with feeling good? What? I don't know. What would feel good? Why and why? Why all of a sudden now am I like wanting to feel good? I don't know. I think maybe I can maybe I'll relax on that. Maybe I'll chill out on that. Cuz then like this effort also like started to feel like a type of desperation. And so it's like, why? I think you probably know what I'm talking about. Really, I kind of think that you know everything that I'm talking about already. Like the like now I question I have this question of why do this pointless thing? Shouldn't I just I don't know. It does make me feel good in general, like overall, but it makes me feel uncomfortable for a time. I'll feel some discomfort while doing this. Right now it's mostly actually the cold. But more than that, it's the continual wondering of whether I'm on the right track or not. Do you know that question of like is there a good reason for me to be doing this, or am I just making myself suffer for no reason? I guess suffering's like too intense of a way to put it, really, because really all it is just like unknowing, uncertainty. And that's, I don't know, that's pretty much like always there, no matter what I'm doing. I can actually start heading back now. I can start to do these sort of trippy things where, like, I start to look at, examine my experience from a finer, in a finer lens, a closer lens, finer grain. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of tired of that. Like like now it's just happening automatically by itself. Like I'm hearing myself speak, and it's sounding strange. And the memory of my words like being apparent as just a memory. I'm starting to be cognizant of these functionings of my mind. But I still have some self-doubt. I'm all consternated now. I'm all worried. Weird. 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 I think actually I was actually attached to the feeling of ease. Like I thought I was seeming to presume that I could just maintain an easygoing attitude the whole time, and then I don't know, there was something like I had some kind of negative feeling, or some kind of like worried feeling of the quality of this sucking or something, and then I kind of reacted against that, like I shouldn't be concerned about some notion of sucking. There shouldn't be such a thing as sucking in this. But yeah, now I can't actually. I'm not actually sure what my experience is. I'm not sure if I'm worried, or if I'm concerned, or if I am, or if I'm actually accepting. It feels a little actually. Fuck. It feels hard to enunciate, just because my face is getting colder. And yeah, it feels harder to enunciate. It feels a little slow to think even. And I get annoyed hearing the sound of my voice, especially when I say things over and over again. Like if I repeat the word actually a lot, I feel like that actually kid. And filler words, lots of you knows and ums, us. I think would probably drive me nuts if I tried to watch this back. But I don't plan to watch this back. I never watched these back all the way through. I don't think I've ever done that. But even while I say that it felt hard to think, there's also something else going on there. Some kind of other awareness of the difficulty of thinking. Some kind of awareness of the slowness of thinking. And then it was like what my identity was shifted to that more. And that's closer to something that's like not really affected by anything, it seems like. But it's also something that I don't think good or bad really affects it or apply to it. Just the fundamental experiencing. I think I've actually kind of been a little resistant towards letting that come out so far. I think that I had been experiencing a comfort in my sort of like embodied phenomenal self in the world for some time, and like that being kind of a newer development. And so like finding a newfound kind of enjoyment of in the more individuated conception of selfhood, just like enjoying my individuated self. And so, yeah, just hoping that I could just kind of flow easily within that mode or something like that. Without needing to like recognize the larger, more expansive notion of selfhood. And maybe just, you know, like tired of that seeming to become a thing. But how can it? It's, I guess what I'm describing is kind of really opposed to thinghood. I'm somewhat amazed right now at the instability of my reality. And I'm just kind of noticing that based on the fluctuations in like my attitude and approach about things, like, you know, feeling like, so I have an experience now of feeling really doubtful of continuing the series and thinking it's like not a good thing to be doing. And then, but then comparing that to like remembering like probably just yesterday and the day before feeling pretty positive and motivated to continue doing it and desiring to continue doing it. And those just like representing two opposing perspectives on my reality. And I don't know if I can totally describe the process by which this occurs, but like it's drawing to me, it's bringing to my attention like a nature of reality, just like being like completely just becoming each moment. Like in every moment it's coming into being in kind of a different way. I don't know if that's a good way to put it. There's probably a better way to describe it. Just like how much keeps changing. I gotta blow my nose. I feel pretty. You know, just still kind of physically uncomfortable. It's like my body's like cold in some places and too warm in some other places, and like kind of tired in some places, but also kind of like feel constrained by my clothing, and I'm nasally congested and stuff. So like not particularly pleasant physical experience, but also but at the same time, yeah, still kind of like there being this other level that's like witnessing the physical experience that isn't really concerned about, that isn't affected by the unpleasantness. But also I'm questioning that too. Like I don't want to just be like going along with something I read from like Nisargadatta Maharaj or something, that like that there's like this supreme I. I don't want to be taking that. I don't want to take his word for it, you know, that sort of thing. And so I'm just like kind of examining what the I is. Like, in a way, it's like very clear that the body matters somehow. I don't really have a choice to not seem to be in my body, but the more I talk about it, it's the more all the distinctions that I'm even approaching it from actually seem to be kind of meaningless. Like the question of, am I my body or am I something else? Just seems like a totally moot point, or like already the question is positing a type of distinction that seems meaningless at the moment. I guess I also have to think that the variety of kind of like low level discomfort that I'm describing in this video. That's got to be kind of universal, I think. Not like not suffering really in any serious way. And also, you know, not unable to like access relative calm. Which is kind of like a back and forth in my mind of being like, man, it's kind of cold, and then, or it's kind of uncomfortable wearing this coat, or I'm kind of congested, and then being like, it's fine. That sort of thing. Doesn't that just happen like a lot in life? In a day? I guess she's having fun. Maybe. I mean, I think she's like, I think there's an effort to have fun there. I think she's trying. But can we have this kind of media? Can we have more of this type of media? That just like, sort of sucks in a way, but doesn't really like suck in a, you know, spectacular way. Like I don't know, a real representation of somebody just battling torpor. I don't know. Maybe I should just stop and not think about it. I mean, like, it's like what's hard is like experiencing myself thinking. Like, just kind of realizing that it kind of seems like it would just be better to not think about these things. And if my experience can be pleasant enough and easy enough without having to think too much about these things, then why don't I just do that? Why do I have to do these hard things? Like I can do different types of hard things. Things that are like classically hard, like lifting weights. I do that. I lift weights and, you know, feel the burn. But then I'm like, this isn't this. I mean, that feels, you know, pretty good in a way. I don't know what do I even mean by feeling good. I'm so unclear today. I'm just talking and yeah, I'm kind of going into like feeling the pain of the pointlessness of this endeavor. I think this might be like the same type of pain that you would experience like in a job that feels pointless. Like that's a really common experience. Like even in the types of jobs that, you know, would kind of ostensibly seem really meaningful, you know, like the helping professions. You go into one of those because, you know, you have some moral compass, you want to help people. And then you kind of discover like so much of the job like doesn't actually involve it, but like there's so much other like bureaucratic things to do that just don't seem like they have really much to do with directly helping people at all. Or you know, you find yourself kind of engaged in the mechanisms of the system in which you work that just don't seem like they're helping anybody, and could maybe even are like, it's like making the world worse, it seems like, in some way. Maybe and so, you know, I've experienced that in various jobs, and you sort of have to like fight through that. You kind of have to struggle with that feeling to get through the day. And I kind of wonder, yeah, it makes me kind of wonder if that sort of thing is like actually if that's a more universal quality than just jobs. And it's probably not possible to just like constantly like be experiencing like meaningfulness. So I'm kind of going through this action, which in some ways is kind of routinized, or has some structure around it. And sometimes I have an experience within it that I could call very meaningful, and sometimes like I feel a distinct absence of meaning, but also probably more to the point is erasing the distinction between those two, or coming to a more non-dual understanding of those two apparent poles. You know, something like the breaking down of meaning ends up being meaningful in the end, so on. The things that seemed apparently meaningful aren't actually, and so on. Cycling around those apparent poles. I don't know, it kind of brings me back towards some of what I was expressing more towards the beginning of this video. The camera stopped by itself after I said the word video. When I said this video, and it beeped and stopped, so I started it again. But it's bringing me back towards the sentiment I was expressing earlier on of just doing this. Without looking for a particular type of experience or quality of experience. And it's possible that along with that attitude I brought maybe like a certain blasé attitude, and so like not expending much effort into articulating and enunciating and focusing. But that's interesting, because that also starts to point towards like questions of willpower and of to me. So like even the idea of effort has to be like linked with motivation. So it's like whether I am motivated or not to, you know, strive towards things like a certain energetic level or a certain intellectual level or whatever it is, or continuity. Actually, you know, that's actually dependent on factors that are kind of outside myself, so to speak, or that are not really like linked with the notion of free will. Because they're totally dependent. It's totally dependent on like whatever my thinking is at the time, like my conceptual framework of like these questions of what am I doing in the first place? What are my goals? What's worth striving for? Is the state of striving a desirable state to be in? All those questions, you know, play into what I'm motivated to do, and therefore effort, and so it's, and like all those notions are things that it's not like they're like, you know, spontaneous. They're not just spontaneously generated out of nothing. It's always they're residual, and they're an amalgamation of, you know, every all the thought that enters my head from the outside world. You know what I mean? Like all the thoughts that we have, everything that we think we are is a kind of is created by our world, you know? We're not independent. So which is why I'm kind of saying that like the notion of effort is not necessarily just a independent thing. It's like I guess like experientially, like it can at least like it feel like it's like originating from one's interior locus of control, but then I'm also kind of saying that even that like belief in the internal locus of control is something that is influenced by the outside, is created or not by one's upbringing, one's environment, the types of people and the types of thought and energy that one comes in contact to in your life, and all of that shit is dependent on things that like you never chose, and so on and so forth. Which seems like I'm really kind of making a case for it's not that I'm making a case for external locus of control, like that you know, that we are just kind of like helpless victims of our circumstance and have no control. It's not that either. It's not that I'm controlled by like other stuff. I don't know. Now the word control is like weird. the notion of control seems like a weird way to think about it now. But there's kind of a question of like looking at this action and like whether to look at it as originating like from inside, from me, or as something that's more just kind of like happening. But of course, but also, yeah, now that I'm thinking about that, it's like maybe not, it's maybe not real to make that distinction. Like it's not one or the other, but also that those things aren't actually separate. Like it could be me, but also it's just happening. Like me is just happening. It's a long time. It's I guess I walked back a little quicker than I walked out, and so I've gotten to this location with more time left than usual. So then I like looked at how much time was left, and I felt a little bit daunted by the amount of time left. Feels like a long time. But I started I keep having this feeling like I'm not performing optimally. But then I'm just also just sort of examining the components of my experience. And it hurts to think. I'm gonna go pee. I kind of don't think this episode should exist. I kind of think this should not be an episode. There's not really I just can't detect like anything in it. I just can't find anything in here that isn't like already in another episode in a like more clear way. I'm just not satisfied with this. I don't think it's so I think I'm just like not gonna finish this video. I'm not gonna upload it, and I'm just gonna walk back to where I started. And at the moment I'm still filming and I'm still talking for some reason. But I suppose like on the slight, on like the off chance that like this approach of like actually giving up, of being like, I think I'm finally just giving up this episode because I can't find any redeeming quality to it. I can't figure out a reason for it to exist in the world for anyone else to see it. But just don't, like, since I have to walk back anyways, I'm sort of thinking maybe I might as well keep filming and just kind of see if something interesting might occur that would change my mind, that would like make this retroactively make sense. It's strange, it's really kind of strange to like be judging the worthiness of a video like based on from within my experience of filming it. That's a strange thing, because it can fluctuate so much, and so like how do you actually make a judgment? And there's many instances where I'll spend a significant amount of time within the video not having a positive experience, but then it changes in a way that I have I don't know, my experience changes around, and I feel differently about it, and I feel positive enough about even the preceding experience, the preceding, you know, negative feeling experience, that I find it worth sharing. But yeah, I have this dissatisfaction with it, and kind of wondering if it's like a lack of willpower, if I like just could make this make sense if I just tried harder. Or if like the attitude that I brought with it was not the right one, or if just like the physical conditions of the weather and so on are playing a role in like me not feeling cognitively up to par or something like that. I don't know, I don't feel terrible or anything, like, doesn't mean I'm like permanently giving up or anything like that. It's just that might just need to try again later. Yeah, so I don't know, I'm like at this point now where I'm like, should I like, apparently I haven't like 100% given up yet, because I haven't stopped filming. So I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of like looking at this question somewhat directly. Do I stop filming now and just like give it up because it's of my like kind of lackluster perception of what's going on, of what has been going on, of the past of this video, I guess the present of it too. But I'm not so sure. I don't know. It's not like it's horrible or anything. It's weird. It's kind of as if, like, being faced with this decision, I have to like if I'm gonna continue at all, like, I sort of have to like find the meaning in this duration of time in which I've been talking. Like find the meaning in this experience that I've decided to give myself. Which I guess it's possible to do that. Like, in a sense, like I can certainly say that there's like a uniqueness to this as I conceive of it as a video on YouTube, in it being, it having like a particular type of challenge to it, of being such a long duration of time to be doing a thing that's like not pleasant, not particularly pleasant. I mean, just due to the weather conditions, and also with such a high degree of uncertainty and unknowing, and no clear sense of purpose. And also just and not any significant gain, not any significant worldly gain either, because it's not like this particular video is gonna make me money or increase my popularity. And in fact, it's like such a challenging thing, I think, that it's like, I don't know, it's perhaps more likely to like lose viewers than gain them, maybe. But I don't know, like, even like the willingness to upload this sort of thing is like, there's something about that there's something kind of compelling about this. There's something kind of compelling about the willingness to like go through this. I don't know, to just kind of persist in the face of doubt, and just but to investigate that doubt. I don't know. Like, I could say his doubt is legitimate, you know, because it's doubt about like kind of like efficacy, and it has to do with morality too, because like there's a sense in which we all have limited time right? And so it's like a question of how am I like respecting your time? Am I like respecting your life? Like what am I kind of giving you in exchange for the time that you've devoted to this? That's a nice heron. And it's true that like in the realm of like all like pretty much almost all conceptions of futility, like there's not a good rationale, there's not a good way of like valuing this in terms of any type of utility, whether that just be like making you like feel emotionally good or like teaching you something useful in the conventional sense. It doesn't have any of that. But there's still maybe something else. There just might be something here that's hard to see. And I mean like hard to see even for myself. About like looking beyond these notions of value. Because I am always kind of aware of the relativity of all those forms of value, whether that be entertainment value of like, you know, of relief temporary relief from the pain of thinking, the discomfort of being, and you know, like the relativity of the value of actually learning anything. Because even the notion of learning, you know, has to do with like adopting certain mental frameworks, or yeah, that are that don't by any means have any kind of like ultimates. Like any inherent substance, you know, like the truth and the meaning of anything that you can't actually like learn has is relative to a lot. And that's fine. And necessary. It's necessary for us to, I mean, just to continue living, you know? But I think, like, maybe you might know how all that stuff that, like, that ordinarily we could think of ourselves as getting from YouTube or from any real, like, source of information or media, is it's all kind of fleeting, you know? You know what I mean? Like, I'll be consuming something, and whatever it is, the meaning of that thing that I'm consuming is always dependent on this whole other mental framework that I have to be, that I have to also be maintaining, and at the same time to, like, relate the thing to. And I keep witnessing how, like, all those contextualizing frameworks are always shifting. Like, just trying to, like, figure out, oh, there goes another heron. Just for some kind of example, like, if I'm watching some, like, a news report or something, and, like, in order for me to entertain any notion of, like, this being important information to know, like, requires some kind of, like, contextualizing framework, of things being important. Of things mattering, you know. Like, whatever happens, like, whatever's happening in politics, it's not like it's nothing, like it's, you know, has an effect, but, like, it doesn't ultimately matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't have, like, inherent substance. Or if I'm, like, listening to music or watching some, you know, musical performance, like, the only meaning that all that stuff has is, like, built upon my understanding of music, and often has a lot to do with my own identity. And once I, you know, kind of see the sort of, like, constructed, conditional nature of my own identity, then I see that about about everything else, you know. And so like it does actually like leave a, like there is like a kind of a constant, it's not like a, like there's kind of like a dissatisfaction with stuff. But it's also okay, you know. It's fine to be engaging in like relative things and understanding their relativity. That's normal. It's totally normal. I don't know. And then I just do something, you know? I just do this thing. With some kind of awareness of its some kind of awareness of how meaning is constructed. But maybe with hopefully I don't know, like if I'm gonna like ascribe some kind of value to this, like one way of interpreting that is that it's possible that this video or these videos or something could offer some insight into the ways meaning is constructed. How, as viewers, or really just as like human beings, we have the capacity and necessity. Like we actually can't not make meaning out of experience. I mean, just like this, like I spent like the way that I entered into this video and the way that I spent a lot of the time of this video was like, felt like an absence of meaning. Well, you know, and not even attempting to imbue it with any meaning, not even a effort towards finding any meaning. But nonetheless, like kind of running into the discomfort of the discomfort and the kind of discombobulating experience of not finding meaning or finding an absence of meaning, finding an absence of purpose. And that kind of like that's sort of like inevitably bringing on the opposite sort of orientation. That is like I would say the orientation that I'm on right now, the way that I'm speaking now, actually is all about finding meaning, finding the purpose, making sense of it, and like this wasn't ever like something that I explicitly set out to do, but I found it to be necessary, actually, just to keep going, you know? Like, what is it that's going to make me continue in the face of unpleasantness? And yeah, interestingly enough, like in this orientation, it's like I haven't been thinking about unpleasantness, actually. And in that sense, it hasn't even really been much of a component of my experience. Like it's effectively kind of not here so much. I mean, I can consciously look at it now. I can like be like, oh, my back is a little tired or something, but then I look at that and then I just kind of straighten out my posture, and then I'm kind of like just feel oriented correctly, you know? Like the tiredness is not really the question, it's just the orientation. I'm not really thinking so much about, I guess I don't know, I haven't been thinking about the aspects of quality that I was thinking about before. You know, it is kind of funny that I was at a point where I was like, I did kind of accept that I would just not publish this video, and then I was kind of released from finishing it. Like I had the option to just stop it, but I am actually finding like some interest in what I'm saying now. Now I actually find some interest now in what's gonna happen and what I might say in the rest of this. But I also feel interested in I don't know. It's weird. It's like the 4-hour format. It seems like very obvious that like my arcs of meaning making are kind of like expanding to fill that time span, right? So I like had this question of whether doing things for this long is still interesting to me. But it's also, on the other hand, it's kind of like, I just, like maybe it's not even about being interesting. Because if I just do it, I kind of by necessity becomes interesting enough to do it. But I still think about disappearing more into like something resembling normalcy even more in terms of YouTube. I was talking about that a lot in the last video, but now I'm just thinking about it again. Of like, yeah, letting go of the like distinctive characteristic of length. I don't know, that might be really interesting. It might be the way to go. Just do normal length videos that look like a really normal YouTube video. Like, you know, adopt a type of persona that's like much more normative of what is like economically successful on YouTube. I don't know. Because there's the question of like how do I do that while not being like destructive? You know what I mean? Without inflicting pain, or am I thinking about it too simplistically? You know. Or should I go ahead and inflict that kind of pain on the world? No, I can't. I can't. I can only inflict this kind of pain. the kind that's like, it's a, you know, it's apparent as being difficult or challenging. You know, it's like the, at least I think, I think that my general orientation is like the type of pain that's like, that moves one forward, that's like, you know, pushing on pushing towards the horizon of our understanding of what's valuable and what can be valuable, and what the human experience can be about. As opposed to like the type of pain, which is maybe more accurate to call it suffering, that's like on the surface it's like super delicious and sexy, and then but the like more substantial like effect on one is like puts you in a bad place. But I don't know, maybe I'm just like maybe that's just my fucked up interpretation of things. No, I don't think it's like especially fucked up. Can you just, it's like kind of humorous to me thinking about the contrast between this video and what I'm saying and the sitting and smiling videos, and people's kind of response and reaction to the sitting and smiling, and the like kind of enigma and mystique that people want to cling on so dearly, and to the extent of, you know, creating conspiracy theories around it, just to like entertain some kind of drama in their heads. And then, like, you know, here I am right now, just kind of like as transparent as I can be about my inner workings and what I'm thinking about YouTube and my presence on YouTube, and like explaining it all away, but just knowing that like so few people like even have a fraction of the patience to listen and follow this kind of thing, that I can just like say all this shit here, and like I don't even, there's not even any kind of like worry about losing mystique or something. Like I can still just do a sitting and smiling tomorrow if I want, and then like 1,000 fucking people will comment, why do you do this, bro? And it's like the explanations are just all here, even though, you know, we don't even really need explanation. Like I can just kind of, I can just expose really everything, and it's just like, but it still has a level of hiddenness just due to the quantity of it all. Like you just I can explain and expose everything to such great lengths that it's like such a thorough and long explanation that people can't see it. And I like that. I enjoy that. Because like I kind of actually, it becomes apparent to me, and I hope to you as well, that like that there isn't that there couldn't be any actual explanation, that even like the act of explaining is also an act of obfuscating. Like, in order for something to seem to make sense, you actually have to like limit your understanding to something. To be like, oh, that's how things are, or like, I understand that, like, necessarily entails a fragmenting of your reality. And so that's sort of why, like, just the long continuousness, it's like more, like, for me, that's more actually reflective of my experience of reality, even though, like, even within it, it'll contain things resembling explanation, or things seeming to make a kind of sense, but that sense, like, you know, always being revealed to be conditional and temporary and passing. Like, you could just take, like, I'm somewhat surprised that it hasn't happened already, that nobody's like reposted clips of these videos. I don't think I've seen anybody repost any clips of Walking and Talking. Because you could do that, and like you could find any one few-minute segment and be like, Ben Bennett explains what he's doing, or reveals the meaning behind it all, or whatever. I'm checking my phone again. I'm gonna look at a text. My friend sent me a funny meme. Oh, but that's why I got out my phone, was to look at the time. And there's still like 45 minutes left. I feel all right with that. I'll probably be sitting for a while. like now I am actually like feeling something like actual contentment. You know what's kind of interesting to remark on is that when I turned around and started walking back, in my timing, I figured that I'd be getting back to my point of origin around the 4-hour mark, but somehow I got closer to my origin point with much more time left. Maybe I was walking swifter, or maybe I didn't account for the length of time that I spent standing in one place on my way out. And then I think like sensing that I was getting back to the origin point, and like thinking maybe that I was nearing the conclusion of the video, I started to feel like there was something wrong, because there's such a great feeling of irresolution, of not having made enough sense, of still kind of like in the void of meaning, in the void of purposelessness for the video. And so that kind of contributing to my thinking that like this one's maybe this one's not a keeper. But then now like kind of feel like this time. I can't get the video to the camera to. There we go. There we go. You know, I'm trying to not to get it too, not too like nature, not too civilizational, just to make it, you know, pretty much unspectacular. You know, not like, not going for like total bleak hellscape, nor like soothing nature, but just something that's like doesn't stand out really. Yeah, now I'm like somewhat appreciative of the time left, because I'm already like, as maybe you can tell, like I'm starting to feel oriented here. Still like not like having resolved or found some kind of solution, or not like found the meaning really. And it's also not exactly like it's not exactly like contentment as opposed to discontentment per se either. Like probably in the like in the most fundamental sense, it is just like a continuation. They're throwing bread or something in trash. Like fundamentally, this is just totally continuous with all of the dissatisfaction that I was talking about. All of the what the fuck am I doing? Why don't I just do things that feel pleasant? Why don't I do something that has a clear purpose, as if that's ever the case, you know? Or it's like the things that we do that have a clear purpose, it's like they don't stand out. It's like you also just kind of do those things, like brushing your teeth, eating food, wiping your ass, that sort of thing, cleaning. We do all those things, and that's pretty good, you know. But then there's a sense of like, okay, those have like a clear relative purpose of keeping us alive, and maybe even healthy. And maybe feeling good, but then there maybe, you know, feeling relatively good, that's a pretty good purpose. But then like even like you maybe want to get beyond. I mean, it's not about like this isn't, I don't think this is actually for me like about like finding a reason to stay alive. I don't actually like have that much question about that, at least at the moment. Because like I do actually feel like there's an abundance of experiences to be had that are wonderful and good, and like there's really kind of endless amazing experiences to be had. Just like in terms of like aesthetic richness and beauty, or interesting thoughts to have. But like something even, I guess, wanting to get at something even more like fundamental or something than that, like something to me that's like even more interesting than like experiences. Something more fundamental even than like feeling good. But, you know, like paradoxically, it's like like coming into close contact with that does actually like give me like a ton of like fuel for feeling good. It like it like really like it's like even like the feeling good I get to so it kind of like sensitizes me to that experience at a whole nother level. Or new really like dimensions of feeling good, like broader and deeper dimensions of feeling good that like kind of surpass the surface ones. But like it's still even not that. It's like not like anything that could be described as good is actually not fully it. Anything identifiable as good is actually just like a more reduced and fragmented version of what I'm talking about. But like getting in touch with this, getting in touch with like what making these videos lets me get in touch with, all those other kind of forms like have this great potential to precipitate out of that, which I don't like necessarily always actualize that. Like I don't always necessarily like, I don't know, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You know what I mean? Like sometimes these videos like have like a feel good vibe to them, or some of them have like a maybe really fun or humorous or in various ways positive thing to them, and then some of them don't really. But like even like this one that doesn't, like this one I don't think of as being as like stimulating pleasure exactly. It's like, no, there's not much like aesthetic or intellectual pleasure. I don't know. It's not this doesn't, my experience right now is not unpleasant, actually. Because now I'm talking about something that does seem to be at the core of meaningfulness to me. Like I'm talking towards something that seems real in some way. And it's, you know, it's less cold now. The sun's out. It's still a little chilly. But I also just, I haven't been thinking about it. I haven't been thinking about the cold. But even with all that I'm saying, like, it's, in a way, it still kind of boils down to just doing this. And like, I can say that I just do this, and there's not something more than that. Like, we can interpret there to be something more to it. That's an option. Like, if we think about like, there's so much that we could say about it. And it's kind of like I do, that's what I'm doing. It's like I'm just going on and saying lots of things that I can say. I don't know, I'm thinking about the tone now, and it seems like my tone feels like particularly earnest or something, and I almost want to say that it has like a slightly reverential quality. As if I found something real to point towards, and like something where I don't have to be critical or sarcastic or ironic or anything like that. And that's cool, but also at the same time, like, if we look at what I'm talking about, what's going on here, it's still nothing. It's still like it's still essentially empty. And so we just kind of have like a different relationship to the emptiness at the moment that we then, well, I mean, it's, in a way, it's kind of the same as ever. The same as when we started. You know? We started the video and like we're not looking for anything, and we haven't, it's not like we've like found something hard, something solid. We like, you know, went through some like stuff. We went through like some doubt and confusion and torpor and like some reaction to the like physical on discomfort. And you know, we're still just like this, we're the same but different. You know what I mean? like pretty much the same, like just kind of doing this. Attitude, but like I guess after like I don't know, it doesn't even matter. Like I'd say like we experienced like the questioning and the loss of that kind of attitude. And we experience like the actual real need to like do something, you know, to like find something, to find meaning. And then in some way it's like paradoxical in that of course everything I'm saying is always going to keep being paradoxical, but like the meaning and the absence of meaning are really the same thing. And the purpose and the lack of purpose are the same. And like the sucking and like the sucking and the like unique quality of this are kind of the same too. Like kind of the only thing that stands out about this video, or you know, is, I mean, aside from the length, like it's just the willingness to suck. I know that sounds funny for all you preteens in the peanut gallery. Hey, it seems like a good, like, totally randomly inappropriate time to mention that I put a bunch of new merch designs in my Teespring account. So you can I don't know if I'm able to, I don't know if it's gonna show up on YouTube or not. It's like, I don't know if it's working correctly, but maybe you can figure it out. See if you can, see if there's a link to my merch store somewhere. I don't know. I put lots of new bullshit merch on there. It's like some face masks, obviously, some different t-shirt designs.
I see you stop talking to people again.
They're really stupid. You'll love it. They're just kind of, you know, obligatory merchandising. Maybe I'll see if I'm able to put the link below in the description or something. Maybe you can find it from my channel page. Just to, you know, just to like incorporate all forms of discontentment and desire. It's fine. Desire. When you love one of these things, they're kind of funny, I think. It's kind of confusing. gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna keep trying to keep up on my merchandising game and put up some new designs regularly. It's just part of like disappearing into normalcy. That's a good thing. Like just you know, fitting in, so that you kind of disappear. You know what I mean? But not. What a wild ride this video. Even wow. Like, to go through so much lacklusterness and get to the point of like accepting that we're just not gonna even upload it, and then I don't know, I don't want to try and like I don't want to try and like pin down like what is making this video like worthwhile now, because I don't honestly know. It's just like, I mean, now it's a little hard to describe, but you know, I guess that's what I do a lot of, is try to describe things that are hard to describe, which is, it's like this video just kind of has a quality of just being like something like something and nothing at the same time, or something like that. It's like not even any like drastic emotional topography is taking place here. Pretty like everyday in a sense. It's like has a real it's pretty, I guess you could say mundane. Pretty mundane. Like real mundane. But I don't know. Like now that I think about it in like the context of YouTube, it's like this kind of has like a standing out vibe of like, now I could kind of like describe it as being like extremely mundane, of being, well, it's you know, really long, of course, so that's like the trademark but yeah, no, I'm kind of like thinking about the mundaneness as being like a brand feature, you know. As being the selling point. And so yeah, that like has me thinking about making the videos like more traditionally spectacular, and much shorter and much more edited and much more flashy. Because then in the context of YouTube, that's in a sense like that's actually more mundane. You know, just get spectacular as a form of in order to make them more boring, you know? Make them more expected. Make them less interesting. Make them more interesting in order to make them less interesting. This thing, if this camera falls over, it's gonna fall right in the water. I just need to finish my tea. But this, you know, like for instance, I can start to think of like this activity of like not talking that much, but like just drinking tea like on camera as being like, now I was thinking of it as something that like stands out too much as being like a performative gesture, like a marked anti-performativity. As a kind of brand feature. I don't know, I think this is like sort of one of those things that like the potential to reduce walking and talking to a concept there's a lot of uninteresting ways that it can be reduced to. There's a lot of uninteresting ways that actually most ways that I would talk about it, or that I do or have talked about it, are uninteresting to me. Yeah, to kind of describe to somebody what this series is uninteresting, usually, to me. But in the actual doing it, which is, you know, that's a weird thing to say, because like that itself, like I seem to be obviously now I'm obviously like trying to reduce it anyways. I'm trying to summarize something. which is kind of silly because all I was gonna try and summarize it as being is like slippery and elusive and always changing and like always subverting its own expectations, but even that, not really. Like even that, now that I've said that, like kind of like sticks out to me as a form of reduction that's not true, because like it can actually we can actually do like a lot of the same and find interest in that. A lot of like the refusal to like subvert, you know, the like not being the disinterest in like discovery or like letting go of looking for experience, and also like also kind of being on guard against like falling into a kind of trap of like adhering too much to like mundaneness or prosaicness, and like, and also like not having a solidified concept of like of non-solidity. I kind of can't avoid just like continuing to go on and speak paradoxically. Like an object that if you go inside it, you continually escape its objectness. Like it appears like an object on the outside, but then the closer you get to it, the more you just like move through it. Without encountering any objecthood. Oh, hey Goose, I don't have any food for you. like now I keep having moments where I'm like, this is really good, or like this is, or like this is really subtle, or something like that. But those are also completely connected to its like it's kind of non-goodness, or it's like evasion of goodness. Or it's like evasion of, or like my perception of evasion of quality, or it's evasion of like of the things that I perceive as characteristics, even though like I know also that that's not possible, and that it doesn't actually do that. And it, like, yeah, that's like my own perception of its like transparency or emptiness is actually kind of that's really kind of like a manifestation of my subjectivity. Like it is like that is like the transparency is my subjectivity, and like to what extent you experience some of that transparency in your own experiences, like your subjectivity, but that being a bridge but also the characteristics being a bridge, like the characteristics that you can see, that you can probably see more than I can see, of my characteristics of like personality, identity, and so on. You can see them sticking out as being different than your own, but that's also a bridge. That's also a type of, you know, whatever. Oh, look at that. I think it's time. I think we're done. You know, I could say something about the end. It's the end of this video. Bye!